Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Where's the stream, by the way? I was told that it felt wrong to watch a loading screen without the Ace Attorney music going on in the background. It's just not the same. That's true. I should just get music for my channel that I should commission someone to make some music. Just be like, can you just make this but different?
Legally distinct.
Legally distinct opening music.
Welcome back. Resubscription.
Oh man.
I have a plethora of beverages in front of me.
Wow. Tell me.
So I okay, well, one of them is this very cursed thing that Panera is doing now, which is they have this thing called charged lemonade.
Charged lemonade.
It's basically lemonade, but like with some flavors added to it. But also they add up a shit ton of caffeine and guarana. So hydrate. Oh boy, time for some caffeinated lemonade.
Oh man.
So the thing about Panera's like charged lemonade is, right? One for energy, one for hydration, and one just for fun. I only have 2 beverages, so one for energy and then one for fun. So I probably need a hydration beverage, to be fair. And that beverage should probably be water. But here's the thing about these lemonades, right? Is that one large lemonade has less, like a slightly less amount than 400 milligrams of caffeine. And that sounds like a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like 400 milligrams is about the recommended intake for a normal person, right? With a normal caffeine tolerance. But then you realize, like, it's not that it actually has that much more caffeine than, say, like, you know, like a cup of coffee or anything. It's just that the sizes that they give you are 20 and 30 ounces, right? So, like, you know, like, it's the ratio of caffeine is like pretty normal. It's just that the serving size they give it to you is like absurd.
Huh.
Don't think they recommend 400 milligrams of caffeine for anyone generally. I think, well, so it's not a recommendation of like this is how much you should have. That's the recommended maximum for a normal person in a day.
Uh-huh.
No, the recommended amount of caffeine for a normal person is probably like 0. Like, you probably shouldn't be drinking this stuff. I mean, like, most people have like a cup of coffee a day, and that's like, I don't know. It's really hard to tell the caffeine content of a cup of coffee. It's like super inconsistent. Depends on the roast of the coffee, how much coffee you're drinking, you know, how those beans were processed. But I would say in the ballpark of like 100 to like 150 milligrams of caffeine for a cup of coffee seems normal. Unless you're one of those guys that drinks like a 16-ounce like mug of coffee, in which case you're probably drinking closer like to 200, 250. There's evidence that some caffeine is healthy unless those studies were debunked. Yeah, but like that's like the thing about health studies is that like every health study is like this might be good for you, but this might also give you cancer.
There's always a margin of error.
Yeah.
That's also why they qualify all of their language by saying, you know, there's a possibility that this or that is the case.
Right. I mean,
Our results
like,
show this, so you can conclude this, you know?
I mean, to be fair, right, is that caffeine is like probably one of the driving reasons why humanity has gotten as far as it has. Right? And it gives you that energy and make you think better. But also, you know, don't drink too much, it'll jack you up. I say this as somebody who in front of them has these extended release caffeine pills. So I believe each of these capsules contains like 100 milligrams of caffeine, and they're like made in the same way that like medications, like extended release medications, are made. So they'll release like slowly over the course of like a couple hours. And the reason I have these is not because I need the energy per se. Because the slow release is actually worse for that. The reason I have these is because it slowly releases. I can go longer without having like an actual like caffeinated beverage if I don't need the energy. So it basically literally these exist, for me at least, just to stave off a caffeine a caffeine withdrawal headache.
So it's for your addiction, is what you're
Correct.
saying.
Yes. These are. This is medicine for a problem that I created. and really a problem that society.
I. As someone who doesn't regularly partake in caffeine, I think there's a little personal responsibility there.
Listen, sometimes you wonder why caffeine doesn't affect you the same way it affects other people, and then you realize, oh, it's because of the attitude.
The ad.
It's because of that attitude. Yeah. Well. So anyway, that's where I'm at. I should probably get some water, so I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. My beverages have doubled.
Oh dear.
I wanted to get a glass of water, and then it was just like, "You want a third of a pilsner?" And I was like, "Okay, sure,
I'll consume it.
sounds fine. I'll do it."
There's cheer wine in the garage if you want some.
Oh my god, I'm okay.
I think you need more beverages. Maybe you don't have enough.
I'm okay, I think.
So today, Cole and I watched the finale for Eurovision.
Oh yeah, I heard that was going on.
Yeah. And all he wanted was this song about a wolf and a banana to win. And it's a song from Norway. It's the most memeiest song of the bunch, but it's basically about it's sung by this group that claims they are wolves from the moon. And
okay.
so they just wear these like yellow wolf heads and then black suits, you know. And the song is about how if you don't give the wolf a banana, he'll eat your grandma.
Okay.
Oh, that explains Twitter. There you go. And so of course the song won over all of Twitter. And what is it? Unfortunately, of course, in the final voting, they didn't really make it that far, but the popular vote like pushed them basically from like 16th place or something like that to 10th place. Like that alone. They didn't receive that many votes at all from the jury, but from the popular vote.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. Meanwhile, during the semifinals, people were upset because there were songs that they had liked that, of course, didn't make it to the finals, and some of the people they felt like didn't deserve to progress to the finals did. And one of the one country that received the most of this vitriol was Switzerland. The song was basically like this slow ballad about like essentially about like growing up and stuff like that, but his performance according to the people who watched it wasn't very strong. Like his vocals were kind of all over the place, like that kind of thing. And then during the finals, like his performance so in the semifinals, his performance was just him standing in the middle of the stage and he's just singing. There's no dancers, there's no spectacles or anything, right? And then in the finals, he did something very similar, except he added a projector that shined the silhouette of a broken heart on his face while he sang.
Oh my god. That's a lot.
So Switzerland did receive quite a few jury votes. However, in the popular vote, they received 0 points.
Oh my god.
They were the only country to receive 0 points from the popular vote. It was just
Yikes.
people hated them.
Yo, that is that's pretty bad. Big oof.
Yeah, but meanwhile, we were upset because Spain was actually winning tons of votes from both the jury and then subsequently the popular vote. They got to 3rd place, but we felt like the song wasn't very strong. But what was strong was their performance, because they were almost naked for the performance.
Oh, okay, I see.
It was a bunch of basically conventionally physically attractive people dancing on stage.
They got
and
that titty vote.
Yeah, well, I think it's mostly the booty vote because the main lead singer, she was wearing chaps that were missing the butt. I'll say it like that.
So like reverse chaps?
Yes.
Or wait, are chaps? No, hold on.
Chaps, but just with that section cut out.
Okay, all right, I see.
Yeah.
All right. Then.
And she shook it, and it was a booty that people loved enough to get her to 3rd place.
You can't count out the titty votes.
Yeah, no, votes. It was wild because they were first for a while and then they were second for a while, and we were outraged because we were like, the song wasn't even that good.
Yeah, I mean, Spain knows how to put on a spectacle, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure. UK ended up in 2nd place, which we loved because the guy looked super wholesome. You know, he had like long blonde hair, but and just like a really, really happy smile. You know, like not like creepy happy, but like he's the kind of guy you imagine you could powwow with and just like, you know, share a drink and some stories around a campfire kind of dude, right? And he sang about being a spaceman, and it was very cute. And so he got 2nd place. And then 1st place was Ukraine. So, you know,
Wow, nice.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
So good.
It was a lot of fun. Now you're all caught up on if you see European Twitter going crazy.
As expected, I am still waiting on dinner. Wouldn't be a Saturday without it. We actually ate a really late lunch though, so that's probably why.
Oh. What's for dinner?
I think we're having Tom Kha.
What's that?
It's like the It's like sour coconut soup.
Oh, okay. Sounds yummy.
Yeah, it's the Thai coconut soup, spicy sour hot soup with coconut milk.
Whoa, yummy.
Yeah, I think we're having it with shrimp.
Ooh.
Sounds nice. Yeah, but we're just waiting for the rice to be done.
Ah,
I think we.
so the
put
soup is
rice in.
done.
I think the soup is done. Are you ready?
Yeah. I don't think my Twitter's wide enough for this.
23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant Santa Chamber.
Oh, buddy. I like his little pink spotted handkerchief. So cute. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Missy Soto. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. This man doesn't know how to do any of that.
This man is anxiety personified.
It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
What?
I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow.
Somehow.
You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example! Oh, yes, there it is. You're calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful, long-lost homeland!
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. Yeah, I forgot that because of the timeline of these games, we've been here for like a week.
Mm-hmm. 3 trials in a week, dog.
I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright.
Going back to Nihon.
Going back to glorious Nippon.
It would seem. 2 of them involving the same defendant, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
Back home, where no one is ever murdered. Ever. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. Great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere. I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. The only curse here is capitalism!
How many wine bottles have you broken today?
Enough of them.
23rd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
The popcorn.
Popcorn.
I think now that Steven's old coffee maker has been liberated from the duty of making coffee, we might be able to use it to make popcorn.
Whoa, really? How do you do that?
Well, to begin with, it was a stovetop popcorn maker that he used to roast coffee instead.
What?
Well, because the concept is kind of the same, right? In fact, it smells kind of a lot like you're making popcorn for a while.
Oh. Wow. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Coffee roast is the most steampunk thing, yeah.
A call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
Yes, the defense is ready.
I'm never ready to see him like that.
You want to see him all wrapped up?
it's just always a lot. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Definitely by random lot. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. Please, be as ruthless as you like. Damn, homie. Chill.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all.
Oh my god, he's the victim in this trial.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today.
Now, Lord Van Zieks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Oh, here he goes. It's getting poured.
Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue.
Bro, that's the most vampire-ass thing.
We already
could
know
possibly
you're a vampire! I'm
Yes,
gonna rub it in!
allow me to sup upon a liquid much more like blood. Blood-colored, perhaps even a little bit blood-textured. Is it blood? You'll never know. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
We can already see its blood. Yeah.
Hello, PA system, please. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow.
Soap. You came in at a great time, Phil. We're talking about soap.
Soap. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it.
Yes, that's the tea, sis. That's what Mr. Nutsman brought with him that night.
Well, the brains at the yard and analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
All right, case closed, everybody. Let's wrap it up and
we
go,
go
home.
home.
Woo! Easiest day 2 ever.
What a revelation!
As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here.
Ah!
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Japanese reaction.
Buddy.
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard.
Just drink your blood.
Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamsmith, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Oh, so even though we proved that there was no poison in the tea. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspear.
Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspear to the stand.
Mr. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given.
That's right, villagers, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Kept all about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? Should have opened up sooner.
Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail.
Oh my god. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Further east than Verona, Seven Cat. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. Jiminy Jesus.
Wow.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
Haha, a death game!
Ah.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room.
Oh.
The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh, I need that. Fancy's tacitly admitting to having experienced poisoning people's tea. I mean, he's a prosecutor. He's probably seen a lot of people get poisoned.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Ugh. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go again.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose.
Well,
I do declare.
thank you for your testimony, witness. May begin the cross-examination. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Cross-examination.
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Sound, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine flavored brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth.
Listen to Mr. Shamspeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that, or I'm in worse form. Could be both. That fated evening after I did dine, at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool?
Oh, quite so, quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right. No ice coins means no heating.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup was found on the table the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
Soup.
Soup.
Nom nom nom.
Wow.
It's true. There was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yes, of course. I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? Bro.
No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea.
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice. Yes? Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse?
No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back.
'Tis time for a Shamspeare dance!
Oh.
What a harsh world we live in.
Capitalism. Damn, homie can't get a break.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy.
Consider that a warning, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here?
Mr. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins.
Is that a different outfit for Van Zeeks? I think he's just crossing his arms. He hasn't taken his cloak off.
Is that correct?
To cheat or to die? I did make my choice many moons ago. I am still alive, am I not?
Also, hello, Magpie.
If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once ensnared by literary debate, not else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was the stronger of the two? Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening?
My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea, ought I tepid be.
Yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Soseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today...
It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo.
It must be the Reaper's poison.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty.
It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. The test was in our favor? Yeah.
I know. What they're arguing is that what is it? What did that he made the coins, right, that they tested from Natsume's tea rather than his own tea. So he drank all of his tea and it was poisoned, but he's claiming that because Mr. Natsume didn't poison his own tea, that's what the coins are made of, and that's why there's no poison in them. The tea ring, I know. It's gotta be the tea ring.
At least I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic. What is this, ye darky-clad fiend?
Oh, hey.
Whoa, oh man. The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Ooh, incontrovertible.
That was the wrong time to pick up that noise.
Hey.
What difference?
Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough.
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
My man drinks tea while tired. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. Japanese saying he quoted. Drink
Tea. While it's hot!
Yeah.
That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! Oh, he's drinking, bro. He's drinking.
Whoa, he's drinking.
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7.
Oh my god, this man drank 7 cups of wine during one trial. Or blood, I guess.
This is like Godot 0.1 because he was alive far before Prosecutor Gato was.
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
I wonder if that's like demonstrably true. I want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant, and also a little terrifying.
On the contrary, they illustrated the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare,
Yes, my liege.
though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Oh.
Wow. Giving you a chance to basically rewrite your own testimony.
Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene?
Whoa, he's feeding you a new testimony.
A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
I don't know if this is legal, Van Zieks.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What?
Ah!
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched his court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Judge, you should. He found a new testimony to the witness.
Like the early 20th century. The law is definitely not ideal.
Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts.
I don't know about that.
In other words,
There it goes.
Whoa!
the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No! What does this mean?
I do declare means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
About the thieving gas, you see?
I don't know. No one is going to acknowledge the fact that Van Zieks told this guy to lie.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back me stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as which to be called soup, and a leaf as which to be called salad.
As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. My God, I need to talk a little slower. I'm trying to eat here. Jurors, all your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord.
If I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
Let
Are
me
they gonna
guess.
vote?
We've come to a conclusion.
Are we gonna vote on the clear lies that Van Zeeks told this man to say?
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
What do you mean?
By me?
I do declare that you may be right.
What did I do?
We didn't do anything!
We all know that the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison. He's been leading us up to the garden path, that's what he's been doing.
Oh my god,
I
dude.
really never said anything like that.
But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
Oh boy.
They won't be swayed.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman.
Excuse me.
And will duly hear the jury's findings.
There's been some duping going on for sure, yep. What? No, you can't yet. Come on, guys, we just started.
Hasty.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
You think?
You guys flipped on a dime. I'm just saying, like, this happened very quickly.
You think? You think?
Bro, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure Gaslighty still hates this fucker.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day!
You know what's coming, Van Zeeks.
How much gas is used to keep those braziers burning all the time? That's a very good question, isn't it? How is this happening? You know exactly how this is happening. My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Come on.
That's right.
Very well, the court upholds the defense's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
The gas lady has been gaslight. Gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
Oh.
She does seem like a girl boss. Oh boy. Well,
I'm a man of logic, me. Considered all the evidence.
Are you?
Defendant must logically be guilty.
How?
do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
She really is like the model gaslight girl boss gatekeeper.
Truth be told, the tree my wife sews up for me is a little sketchy at times.
If
What?
nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, it should have been.
And Mr. Shamspear was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspear was actually poisoned.
My man was absolutely gas poisoned.
They just were talking about on the jury stand. The guy was like, "Oh, you gas is poisonous."
Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
But that's surely impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will.
Not like we saw this 3 weeks ago. I know, right?
We'll be found guilty. Listen, my brain is just too big.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
It's not like the literal other tenants of this building have died because of fucking gas poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
All the evidence, you say.
That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with a big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry. The summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. Start with, though. I need to find some way out of this deadline. I do want to know what the fuck this is about.
This is crazy.
That's fucking terrifying. Gas is invisible. It couldn't hurt anyone. I could beat up some gas. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money?
That's praxis, baby.
Whoa.
It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
Welcome to the revolution, sister.
Mm.
This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here.
Yes, madam?
It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas.
Fight, fight, fight.
But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
fucking typical corporation behavior.
Mhm.
Just turning the people against each other.
Mhm.
Oh, what a beastly man!
No, our solidarity.
Ah.
That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas.
Bro,
Utterly unforgivable. Wait a minute, he wasn't the one who
he
did
wasn't
it!
stealing gas. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. This is hard enough as is.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either.
Man, have you ever seen gas go into a balloon? Man, inflation these days.
Wow.
Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Oh, baby, you get it. Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Wait a minute. Oh. Well, if you like, I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. Doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
Gas does explode.
It does.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all.
Young lawyer man.
I was gonna offer you a job. Yes?
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
Don't listen!
There it is. There it is. The sweet whispers of capitalism.
Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
That gas money, though.
Anyway, the point is I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? Wait a minute.
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
He's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that?
It'd be funny if you had to defend her later. You've had to help defend gas companies in real life. Oh my god.
Ugh,
Hewing too close, too real.
too real.
A little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison. Don't say that. Don't say that.
What about getting electrocuted? That's way worse than getting exploded, and I'm not sure if that's true.
I don't think it is. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. But nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
Oh, what does that mean? You fighting demons or something? More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right. That track.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
Girl boss.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
Wait. But if they don't have gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
That is kind of fucked.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes.
Oh, wait a minute. It's coming together.
Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Huh? Giotto.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see? Go on. It's a reminder of something you actually worked on. Wow.
Whoa.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation when we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there.
Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, those unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? He started drinking all my gas!
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker.
I see. Trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. And you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
What a disaster! There's a big cottage industry of companies that sell other companies for electricity and other utilities like gas for more money. It isn't capitalism, sucks. Yeah. That sounds about right.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
Bro, this is how you kill people.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing in the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps.
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us.
Diddle diddle do. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, doer number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly.
You repair on a case where a company's being sued for price gouging. Depressingly, the defense was other companies gouge worse. Oh my god!
Wow.
Bro! Yeah, that's it's kind of a yikes there, huh?
Bro.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Oh, just you wait, bud.
Hey.
The evidence was much in their favor. Ugh. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. Please refrain from all this talk of gas. Oh wait, hold on. We did this one. Wait, what the? Alright, hold on, I'm gonna put these plates away. Keep clanking.
Okay.
Woo!
Ah! You have to collect it. Magpie.
Okay, sorry about that. I am back.
What a minute.
All right. Yeah, we can skip all this. Okay. You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It's happened a tidy few times.
This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one. I don't get any wages. I get in the tea time. See? I see her doing it. My wife. It's that devilish look on her face. She slipped some white powder into my cup.
Well,
And-
what is happening over there?
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. So it gives you a cup or you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It's god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell!
Wait.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable.
Let's move on, please. Judge.
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning?
Sorry? What's that now?
I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night.
What's the matter with you?
What? Sorry?
I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
You mad?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here.
Compared to the other jurors, who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose. The trouble is, he has
He has selective hearing.
Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need.
Oh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea.
Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Mr. Naruhodo. I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Oh? Like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something, and we already went over this.
Yeah.
If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
Once again, Sosuke-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. Perhaps I ought to let Susato-san remind me. Then again, no need.
You already know. We already did it.
Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible.
Of course. I'm sure you're right.
Hyuk.
But if you decide you'd like your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruhodo.
Put the tutorial away, Miss Susato!
Gato.
Those two
Bam.
statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Oh, what? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
The tutorial prompt is gonna keep coming up every trial till you accept it. All right, we're on the last case, Mr. Naruto. Here's the tutorial. All right, fine, I'll listen to it. Fine. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's teeth did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there?
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do with exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspear? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good Lord!
Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he's so close.
Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him,
For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipe.
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponi's friends' conjecture.
Oh.
To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions.
Oh my god!
You just poured that!
Oh my god! He threw one, and then he poured another one just to throw it. Holy fuck,
Just to
Fancy.
throw it.
He's pissed.
Really upset.
There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it.
All right, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Oh, we have to present Holmes's technology.
I'm gonna make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp. It's a horrifying, terrifying picture. What the? That's terrific! These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on costumes. However, Mr. Shamspear also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Bro, did he fucking give himself poison? Did he poison himself by trying to kill? Like, that's what he's saying.
What? No! Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of...
I don't believe it.
Why does that sound plausible? He wants the one piece, because he wants the one piece that's
the one
hidden in the
piece.
walls.
Yes.
Gaslamp. The reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. What have you been up to, you nut?
Oh.
I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
He's on a journey through the Grand Pipe. You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force onto the pipe. Oh my god! Oh my god, Mr. Shamspear killed the artist! He fucking murked him!
Oh.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh.
Oh no! It caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspear would have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Oh, are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused gas to...
Uh-oh. Are you gonna throw this one too? Okay, he's holding it.
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. Please, my lord, if I may.
Miss Susato.
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene.
Damn, Susato, smooth as fuck.
Ooh, he's smooth! As a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Shit, damn.
Ah!
She's a better lawyer.
Oh no!
He's also kind of dashing.
Now that I think about it, she's so gallant.
And if the trial were to come to an end now, We should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3.
Oh, yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
Wow.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
Oh, wait! You heard his lordship! It's not fair dinkum evidence!
Bonk. Two can play at this jury manipulation game.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Susato? That was you!
Oh, she's fucking carrying.
He's carrying!
If just one more juror changes his or her mind. Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
I've changed all the lights in my room to be Susato themed. Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Susato, you're carrying him. No need to give him credit.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
You are too humble.
She's too good.
Mm-hmm.
Why, Mr. Shamspeare? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Bonk.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
Maybe we can start pressing. All the evidence, he said.
That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that?
What? So-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by the great detective himself.
Numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Well, yes. Now that it's playing on my mind. As the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow's been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean it's got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh. Oh, God, he made a good point. Well, I wasn't expecting that.
Can't make a case better than that. I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait.
Uh-oh.
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove my theory. You and your Japanese courts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please.
Bro.
Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamster really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Oh, Jesus. It's a tough divergence, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We might have to come back to this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not in a position to prove it yet.
As I thought, I had a feeling it would stump you Japanese.
We are capable of independent thought, you know.
Bro.
I think we need to gather some more material to bolster our position, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, that's what I was trying to imply by saying we can't prove it yet.
Thank you, Counsel. On with the examination, please.
Okay, we may have to just go for it here. The problem is I have no idea what the course of this is going to look like. I think it's supporting testimony, but I'm not sure how that option is going to play out, so let's just go for it. Because I think if we can get Mr. Natsume to talk about it, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Gyarados residence that night. Namely, oh, we could get Mr. Gyarados, huh?
Oh.
Oh, no.
Or not. Okay, never mind.
Eh.
Yeah, okay.
I obviously chose the wrong person.
We'll get Mr. Soseki on Yep, there we go. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night, it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for?
Sweating.
Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree, there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost.
Ooh!
That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Oh, baby.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of the jurors altering their decisions, as it always seems to do, apparently. 2 jury members now call guilty. 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and, in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of the trial. Mr. William Shamspeare.
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough. Juror number 5.
Oh, me!
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Ah.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. There are traces of poison there.
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required.
Yes.
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
I didn't think of that.
In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
I wonder why. There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is, to use the leaking gas to commit murder!
Woo! Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of... If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence, on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting.
He says interesting, but it's been the case for pretty much every single case that we've ever gone to court with him about, so...
However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge our fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical.
Yeah, that is kind of a problem, actually.
If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Ah!
Oh.
Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponiese friend?
Mhm.
Oh no! I did this to me! Oh, how did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond.
Bro, what the fuck am I gonna say?
Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. It'll be easy, don't you worry.
Bro! Oh my god, did Mr. Garrett poison the gas pipe?
No way. Why?
Well, he's the only other person that could know.
What if
mean-
it was?
Name the true culprit?
What if it was? No, wait, it can't be her. I was gonna say, what if it was Miss Green, but she was in the hospital, right? Because if the guy killed her lover, right, she would have motive
right,
to want to kill him.
So that so like that's the thing, right? Is all of this time, fucking Mr. Garrett has been obsessed with the gas pipes, and it's definitely because that lodger died there,
Yeah.
and he definitely found out, and was like, oh no,
Oh.
and so he poisoned it
Yeah.
in retaliation.
Yeah.
And this case is going to end up with Mr. Shamspeare in prison and Mr. Garrett going to prison also and being reunited with his wife.
Yeah.
Bro.
He even took that photo with the guy too, so he definitely has like.
He knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo.
Did you read this? I don't remember.
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that,
I was pogging too hard at my
I know.
like, giga-braining.
I'm big braining.
I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
Ooh, look at this
As it
rotation.
happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. Wasn't Mr. Garrett in the file? Oh wait, maybe he was.
Oh, he was a juror in one of the cases. I just-
That's true. You make a good point there. Well, I guess we'll drop a save then.
Yeah, Garrett definitely doesn't go to jail though, since he's on a future
guys-
jury trial.
You guys are so smart. You guys remember things so well.
But what if he doesn't go to jail for this?
He could also not go to jail for it. Because I feel like
Right.
he's the only person that knows.
Right, because even if the artist girl, Miss Green, knows, she couldn't have done it unless
couldn't
she,
have- she, like-
somehow snuck out of hospital.
She literally like just woke up from a coma.
Yeah, she was in a coma.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again.
But she does know about poison though, because she was trying to drink it.
No, well, I mean, she was trying to
Eh.
drink a random poison that she got from the
Hmm.
doctor's medicine cabinet.
Yeah, but we don't know what it was because we weren't able to Well,
Well, it was some kind of yeah, I guess so.
to be fair, the coma started less than a week ago.
Maybe it was her. I don't know.
It's either of the two. Oh man.
Oh, I mean, it could. You're right. It could be. She was like passing by when she got fucking hit by a falling knife.
I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, don't you worry. You know exactly what.
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit.
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponiese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short for its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponi's friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Who is that? Wow, who is it?
Who is that? You know what? It could be the artist girl, because she might have tried to poison him and then commit suicide.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
She's the only one directly connected to the poison, but Mr. Gyarados the only one connected to the gas pipes. Right? We don't know about her knowledge of the gas pipes, but we know he definitely knows about
He
it.
definitely knows about the gas pipes, but she only
She definitely knows about
like
the poison.
well, she
Yeah.
only knows that her lover died from gas poisoning, right? So maybe she does know about it. You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Because juror number 3 was talking about how it's like common knowledge. All right, let's just go for
Yeah.
it. Maybe it is her. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Ooh.
Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still, my colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious! She had poison!
There is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspear.
My lord, pray what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and to bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Bum, 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 bum. Nice. We made it through that part of the trial. All right, let's take a little
Wow.
breaky,
Breaky.
and then we'll get back to it. Brr, buh, buh, buh. Oh, Bobby, hydration. Totally right, though. It feels incorrect without the music, huh? The problem is I don't actually know which tracks are what. So I have to find the one that like I would want. Like what is Susato's theme? Flower blooming in the new world. Is this it? And then what's Serenade? Oh, it's just like the more chill version. This one's nice. Wait, there's an unused theme for Susato? What is this? Hey, yo! This goes. This kind of slaps though, yeah. This is nice. Susato main game win. Oh, I want that so bad. I want an Ace Attorney investigation style game where you like run around as Ryutaro. This person, okay, so this person on the comment section of this video does make a good point, which is that this sounds a lot like Turnabout Sisters. So that was like Maya's theme. And making it not sound like that and giving her her own set of themes was probably to move away from just that. Just cool.
Ah. Well. Never redeemed a Hydra.
Yeah, this part definitely sounds a lot like Turnabout Sisters. Okay, let's get back to it then, hey?
Hey.
Ba-ba-da-ba. 23rd February, 11:32 a.m. The whole Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire S. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. How many parts of the trial have progressed?
Herlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent!
Well, wait.
I thought the tea was innocent.
Uh-oh. Brandon.
It's for you.
You have to be really clever to come up with a genuinely dangerous thought. I am disheartened that people can be clever enough to do that and not clever enough to do the obvious thing and keep their idiot mouths shut about it. Because it is much more important to sound intelligent when talking to your friends. This post was stupid.
Wow. And then we hydrate.
What did you just hear? I think it was Von Karma raising someone on the internet.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful!
Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes!
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep.
Very astute, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Yes, yes it is.
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment.
Oh my god.
I didn't sleep a wink all night.
Oh my god.
And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness.
Shocking.
And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this?
Ah,
Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to...
It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine.
So I was right.
Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
Thanks. Could I have a word?
Gregson! How good of you to come! Forget it. Excuse me.
My man's just pieced out. Wait a minute, Inspector!
I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room.
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room?
When we really went, oh, Sholmes is here, I'll just fall out this window then. I'll just see myself out.
A man by the name of... Ah, yes, Selden.
Selden ring.
Stop. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye.
Thanks, Inspector.
Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? What?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
What a homie.
Wow.
Thank you. The evidence.
These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown.
Shining diamond. In the rough, maybe.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
Well, I shall leave you then.
What's funny is that Ring is a real first name. Oh god.
I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not.
Short for Ringgold. That's fucked.
Oh.
I hate that. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So, the best of luck to you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Natsume.
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. It's Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. Oh, baby. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. The name is Ring. Elden Ring.
Stop.
It's him, John Elden Ring.
23rd February, 12:30 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom.
Hey, yo, back at it in the courtroom.
Back at it again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
Ring Selden.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, minor. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to the amateur newcomer from dubious Eastern shores.
Thank you for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say.
Thanks.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Is
You'll
Van
be
Zeeks racist? Does a man draw breath?
Ready and waiting in the witnesses' antechamber.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
Fucking brutal.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Damn, homie.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
My God, Van Zeeks.
Man.
Two freelancers, you hate to see it. Oof, too real. What a coterie.
Mr. Shamspear?
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are, in fact, the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green.
Yes.
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain.
Oh!
He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Heck yes, made it to another Super and Renu Ace Attorney stream. Yeah, let's go!
Let's go! Good to see you.
Very
Bruh.
well.
Yep, we're in the last leg of this one. And it has
Let us
been a
proceed.
good one.
That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway.
Bro, you got stabbed there a week ago.
It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago. That's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own. And now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
Jesus. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspear's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago. You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspear. Huh? But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
Witness testimony.
It was 6 days ago, at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
I was walking along this stream until I was suddenly hydrated.
However could that have happened?
Hydration.
So mysterious. I'm drinking, so everyone should. Everyone! All
Good.
going down with me.
Good. Everybody drink. Everybody hydrate. We're going to be the most hydrated stream on twitch.tv.
Oh dear, don't do that to your paintbrush.
Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Oh my. This paint it's like the earliest 20th century too. This paint probably has lead in it.
Oh jeez.
However, did you accumulate those points? Yeah. Funny how that works. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Yes, the second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings.
They sure are haunted.
I got a reputation now.
One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Can you imagine if you had to just like just imagine for a second, right? That you find out that your lover has suffocated from gas poisoning, basically, because a guy was trying to get the fucking One Piece hidden in the walls and was murdering tenants just by blowing into a pipe. And then you go and you're like, okay, I know how to murder this guy. I'll just paint some poison on the pipe that he puts his mouth on. And then you walk outside and you get fucking stabbed by a dropping knife. What the fuck is wrong with London?
I think it's more like, well, because the knife happened and then the poisoning, right?
Oh, I guess so.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. I forgot, everybody thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine? And Sasaki-san was arrested on a suspicion of attempted murder.
As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
Everyone's trying to kill each other so often and so eagerly. You just gotta catch a stray sometimes. Yeah, honestly. It's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. This is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already.
There's a third set of attempted murders. Yes, correct. Throws knife at husband.
Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Mr. Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
What were you doing there that day, though?
Oh, what do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
A properly British name.
Mm-hmm. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road. Isn't that right? So why, then, would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh, yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. Tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. Poor Slug and Salad.
Yum, yum, yum.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining. For the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup with mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush.
Oh, man.
All equally appetizing. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with this country? I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. Some of these pieces of knowledge are plausible. Susato, why you have a menu just on hand? She's touring the fine British cuisine. Of
Yeah.
soupy water.
There you go.
And pea mush.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions.
Don't we have like the letter or something?
I don't know. I suppose we should probably look at these.
Oh yeah.
18 counts of burglary. 6 counts of suspected murder. Jesus Christ.
Jeez, dude.
Let's see. 1,000 pounds worth of loot. So, this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look.
You mustn't be tempted to try it.
Oh my god. Misusato. Of course not! As long as you don't lose this trial.
Wow.
No! Even if we lose the trial. No! We mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
Make your mind up, Susato-san. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there, we must present it to the court.
Yes, absolutely.
If that is all on this matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement.
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Oh.
It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. Oh yeah, show us the card.
The card.
From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
No.
What does it matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Eh?
Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court?
Now you know who she is, eh?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me to ne'er a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. The suicide soliloquy from Hamlet? Or is it Macbeth? Oh god. It's Hamlet, isn't it? Fuck me. I'm an English major. This sucks. Sucks ass. No, it's Hamlet. It's Hamlet. It has to be Hamlet. Hamlet's the emo fuck.
Come on, man.
No, you're right. I had to think about it for a moment. You're right. It is absolutely Hamlet. The emo fuck. Emo twink ass fuck.
Oh,
While Claudius and what's known as them. Yeah. Something of relevance, perhaps. God, how embarrassing. I fucking majored in English literature. Nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. Thy lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Fucking freak. Ha 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 ha.
Miss Green.
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person?
There it is.
Yes, I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Oh, baby.
Let's have it.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Miss Green's card has been entered. Oh, baby. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Oh my god, how did it take you this long to figure that out?
Buddy. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Good God, Jesus. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah,
What is it?
the way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else.
Where could it be?
Oh, you don't mean. Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
You thought that was the reason you accused? That's what I thought too! Come on, man! Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Shoop!
They go together perfectly.
How did he rip it like this without ripping the note?
I know, that's what I was wondering.
This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Details of Miss Green's card have been updated in the court record. Details of the torn off end of envelope have been updated in the court record. Oops.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspeare wonderfully there.
It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now we need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Oh my god, that little like harp fucking jingle. Is it time to present a letter?
No way.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, sire? The day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Salt and Slug that day. The Slug and Salad. Fuck my life.
Don't salt the slug.
Don't salt the slug. Jeez.
Hooray!
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good Lord! Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. I'm sure if we had opened the note up and read it, it probably had told us that. But it's like we know what it is. Ha! Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Well...
Excuse me. Can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. Oh! It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Think emoji. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible. Everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
Oh, what do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspear's room. Huh? In my room? Mr. Shamspear? Do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug in Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? Woohoo! And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. You did... Sorry, thou hast what? Thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green,
Yes.
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes. I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. on the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon.
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I don't know what the correlation there is.
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in...
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened. That's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. I'm a real lawyer, I think.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel,
I'm ready, my lord.
very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable. Mr. Duncan Ross has lodgings in the same had lodgings in the same household as you. In fact, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry! That will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the sluggen side, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies!
Wow.
Jesus.
Good lord!
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from my midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me? No, I'm pretty sure they were just flies.
Just flies.
I think they were just flies.
I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Hmm.
When exactly did you notice that it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts near occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing at the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts near occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shakespeare's room. Yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story.
You just fed lies to your client.
You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shakespeare's lodging.
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other manner, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
How dare you?
Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Oh, man.
Wow. Tragedy, thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mrs. Sutton. Now, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
Is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying.
Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Are we just gonna present the poison now?
Bro.
Oh boy,
There it
we
is.
sure are.
We just are.
Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine.
What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare.
Huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison.
Can this be?
I like that Ryunosuke is treating this like it's some conclusion that he's just come to rather than the reason we brought her here.
Bro, I don't. Why did you bring her here then, Ryunosuke?
Broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me!
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago,
and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, that's a very good point.
How about that?
Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incidents on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Vinzeeks.
Ooh.
And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? Wow, unlucky.
Eh.
That's right, and as the defense has already proposed. Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. That's why he's still alive. Mary! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the slug and salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. Yeah, these set of cases is actually just insane, because there's like 8 attempted murders, but only like 1 or 2 actual murders.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Bro.
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So, that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court. Please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings of Mr. Garrett's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague. Ah, of course, yes. I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse, or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean Duncan was?
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary!
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
This is all quite extraordinary.
Am I correct in understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder.
Well, not like we told them to do it, or they just be trying.
Yes, my lord, that's correct. This city is cursed. Cursed as fuck.
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. Garrett is never going to be able to rent out those rooms after the newspapers get a hold of this case.
No.
Oh, yeah. I have been slighted! 'Tis lies, all lies! I deny every utterance!
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
But you broke into the man's room and you poisoned him. You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason?
I'd have a look around. That's all.
Sorry?
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, vileness, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundity of woman. But in any case, when I do leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh, awfulness, oh, artfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Huh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
What? There was something in it?
Yes.
Oh?
This rather nice key.
What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face.
Bro, we're about to watch another attempted murder happen. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine. I inherited it.
Look at her face. She's so
What?
happy.
Was that witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
No, ugh. What's all this about? He inherited that key?
It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means that you can't open something now? I don't care.
Back this minute. Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness.
Yeah, call the bailiff on him. So Mr. Shakespeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. Oh, I guess literally, huh? It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shakespeare. At first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? Okay, I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shakespeare's alleged crimes? That's an official police report, is it not?
The Selden. How did you get a hold of that?
Selden? the now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume. Only one thing linking them: the fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. He left everything he owned in one piece.
The sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
Yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here.
£1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate is with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret: the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is?
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in his file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. Bro, how did he hide it in like a ramshackle ass hut for so long?
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason: to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Bro, he's dead.
Bro.
Poison too.
Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before I get to stretch my neck. Listen, I want you to have my loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting in there and mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shakespeare.
I left everything I owed in one piece. It's mine.
What did he just say?
It's mine. That loot is mine.
Oh,
Whoa!
Mr. Shamspear. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, Jesus.
If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Bro, he's going Joker mode.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. I don't know what tipped you off.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No.
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Lewis. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Do we now? I feel like it's this photo. This photo hasn't really come up yet.
Yeah, something about it, but I don't see anything in it
Like
yet.
maybe this is like it's gotta be Duncan's picture, right? That's what I think. Like maybe this is like a keyhole.
Oh?
Like maybe there's like something hidden in the door. I don't even know where this is. What is this?
Is it not the front of the residence?
It's kind of what I thought. It's hidden in the walls, man.
Can we investigate the photo? Like, comment on it or anything?
Not really. We can only do this.
Oh, we can't click on the keyhole thing? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we really don't have, like, that much evidence, so it kind of feels like it kind of has to be, right? I mean, it's a pretty big key, right? Like, a keyhole for that would be pretty big. My lord?
Yes, Counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then.
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hole?
This is my proposal, my lord.
Good gracious, we can use that, can we?
Maybe not.
I have another idea. Stop wasting the court's time with this senseless rubbish.
I guess that wasn't it, huh?
Wasn't it?
That is my proposal, my libera's friend.
Jack. His proposal was better.
We've already found one secret hiding place during the course of our investigations, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I suppose we have. Though someone else beat us to it.
The findings from the method we used are still in the court record, however, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is gotta be that handprint photo.
I believe it's worth proposing the same method again now. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I see. I get it now. We're really just bringing this up as a way to propose using this method.
Right, yeah. It's kind of roundabout, but yeah, I get it now too.
Those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare.
Literally fucking Herlock Sholmes, like, rappelling down from the ceiling. Like, hey!
Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
My goodness. Oh! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself!
Legend.
What are you doing? Great detective.
Might need a few more bottles of wine, Vanziques.
Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met.
Mr. Sholmes, how did you get in here? He does know Lord Van Zieks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. You think that's gonna stop him if he didn't, though?
Yeah, right.
Mr. Sholmes.
The Reaper.
Zaripa. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities.
Huh?
You need only apply a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution.
I also hate the phrase skin prints.
In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruto,
Yes?
what am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Sasaki-san's room. I need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Present evidence or present a person?
Well, would it be Selden's key?
I think you're right, yeah. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. Yeah, I think we present all of it. And present the convict-owned... And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up.
We're on the up. Would I prefer flesh prints? Fuck off!
So, which particular person do you have in mind?
Miss Green?
Me? Oh, what do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use.
Secretions.
In other
Very
words,
true.
the Selden ring.
Stop.
The joke wasn't funny the first time. It is not funny the 8th time. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes's skin print seeker.
Skin prints.
Find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent.
Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes.
So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now. And as such, you will never get your hand on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, Shamble Spear! Despair! Oh, be thy name! Damn, he's fucking dead.
Yo, what just happened?
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods.
Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with.
Oh my god, dude.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Okay, alright, but you could have just found a way to pay your rent. Like, I don't know, just like take a menial job for like a little bit, right? Like, you know that there's a fuck ton of money waiting for you. I mean, it's all stolen goods, so he has no right to it anyway, but still.
Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember correctly, Mr. Shom spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the night Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
He could have offered to split with Garrett, that's also true. But that's his money.
Mm-hmm.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Oh, damn! Sheesh!
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stoves always seem to come out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's kiss.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at...
There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember? Jeez.
No. But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out, the room is full of gas, and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking. But how could that be?
Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Oh, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
Oh my god!
Wow.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait.
If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
What if a gas technician came in and checked on the pipe?
Well, we don't like to think about that.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just deserts.
"3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nepalese friend.
Oh, yes.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord.
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruto,
Yes?
yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
Ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh!
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Oh. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume,
Yes, my lord.
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
In full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant.
Woo! Fireworks inside the building!
Court is adjourned.
February 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
Oh.
Yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done!
Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom!
I'm very happy to have been of help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
I don't know about that one, Mr. Sholmes. You're built pretty different. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision, too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan! What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. It does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Bro, if you stay here any longer, you'll get arrested a third time for
Honestly,
something
he's gotta
else
get
that
out of
you
here.
do. Yeah. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
At least in Japan, he's only a witness to crime. I suppose you're right. Yes, it will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no
delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
Ah, that's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Objection.
Oh.
And that was the case where we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. That's why we're having flashback. Yeah.
Ah.
What loot is there?
24th February, 10:13 a.m., Mr. Natsume's room.
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Isn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations.
I don't doubt you. Just why did you have to call them that?
Skin prints. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Don't disturb him.
Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
And what's in it? What exactly is the loot?
Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul.
We've been in this case for a good minute. I don't blame you for forgetting. What the? What is that?
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Oh, bro, is this about the Hound of the Baskervilles?
Yeah.
A collar? It's huge, though.
And look at all the gemstones set into it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains.
Don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know. Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think.
What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now.
So, I'm sure this connects to the broader sort of grand storyline of these two games, but this guy did a shit ton of burglaries and, like, may have murdered 6 people, and he has 1 item.
He has a dog collar to show for it.
He has
But
1 item.
maybe it's one of. I mean, clearly it's an important thing. So like, it probably.
I know
has
it's
a
important, but
bunch of
I feel like they're talking about it as if it's the only thing in the loot pile, when like he robbed 18 places. There's no way he can only have 1 item.
Only the one. That's all he needs.
What did he rob the other 17 places for then?
Either that, or they see the giant pile of money and they're like, "Hold on, not important. We gotta look at this bloody
Gotta
dog
look at
collar."
this I'd never seen a collar that large before. Well, because they talked about it like it was 1,000 pounds, which was like the loot.
Yeah,
Anyway.
but now they're saying that maybe the jewels on the collar are the things that are worth 1,000 pounds. So maybe it's just the one item.
But he did 18 burglaries. He spent the rest on rent and gas. You know what? That's fair. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
Can't write about it 'cause you're
I'm not the star of this story. I overslept.
2つ目の事件闇に葬られた
Oh, they're giving us some voice acting.
今ならわかる気がするなぜあの時ホームズさんが事件の発表を禁じたのか
Holmes, not Shomes.
全てが一つにつながるにはもう少し時間が必要だった物語が再び動き出したのは佐藤さんの手紙が届いて2ヶ月後その事件はかのロンドン万博の最中に起こったのだった
End.
Bom bom.
Renu Watson.
Wow, that was good. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. Well, thanks for coming, everybody.
Yay, we did it.
we finished up that one, and then next time we're gonna do the return of the great departed soul. What?
Whoa!
Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know.
We gonna have so. Listen, first we got the Reaper's curse, and now we got fucking
Mhm.
ghosts.
Yeah,
Hot
well,
damn.
I'm wondering if we'll actually like pick up now with Ryunosuke being unemployed or whatever, you know.
I have no idea where we're gonna pick up.
We
Someone's
still-
coming back to life.
Yeah, we haven't gotten an explanation as to why he
It's
got booted.
Giselle Brett. Somebody that nobody asked for.
Maybe this will be the case. We find out. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. Oh, there's definitely some whack ass conspiracy going on.
Mhm.
You know it. You
Mhm.
know it. But yeah, that was good. That was a good case. I like that a lot. You have your guess, but you will hold your guess secret. I'm sure we all have our guesses. All right. Well, I will see you all next time. I don't know whether we're doing a tier list stream tomorrow, but I think the answer is probably not. Like I think Dan's busy, but like he hasn't confirmed. So I guess I'll just wake up tomorrow, and then if it is what it is, I'll do that. If it's not, I might honestly just go back to sleep because I feel like it's been a while since I got some extra sleep. What's next? It's part 2 of Rogues. We did not finish Rogues last time because I had to go eat a Mother's Day dinner. Next is a new case. Yeah, we know next is a new case.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, for the tier list. Yeah, next time is Rogues part 2, which is the last like 4 or 5 Rogues, and then after that it's gonna be Sorcerers, I think. So that will happen in either like tomorrow or in a week.
Woo!
But yeah, we'll see you then. Thanks for coming. Bye. Good night.
Yay! See you. Bye bye.